Okay, we're just getting things ready, so bear with me for a moment. Interesting, the sound is not coming out of the okay, that's bizarre. Choose where to play sounds. Logitech headset. Volume mixer. I have never seen this happen before. So Flight Simulator is absolutely insisting on outputting to the wrong device. Volume mixer, Flight Simulator, output device. I'm going to force it to be the headset. And it's not doing it. It's forcing it to come out of the wrong sound device. Okay, we're off to a great start this morning, aren't we? Volume mixer, Flight Sim. Okay, let's have a look in the settings in here. See if it's been... What inventive way Flight Sim has broken itself today. Sound. Output device, system default device. Stupid. Main output device. Logitech headset. Okay. And it's still not working. I'm getting everything except Flight Sim coming out of the headset. Go back, apply, resume, and it's still not working. Oh my word. Never seen this before. So basically I'm not hearing anything coming out of the headset. General options. Sound. I'm going to have to delete this and start again and reboot the machine. Apply, go back, resume. So then choose the default output device. So it was on speakers. If I go back to headset, it doesn't change it to the headset. Flight Sim is stuck coming out of the speakers. Just absolute garbage. Okay, I just won't bother with the headset today, and I'll turn the speakers down. Unbelievable, I've never seen that happen before. But that means you can't hear anything. And oh, I guess I could change this to go to the speakers. Okay, yeah, now you can hear something, which is better than it was. How ridiculous is that? So Windows has basically ate its lunch and won't send flight sim to the headphones anymore. Okay. So be it. Okay, we're going to get this started, get the show on the road eventually. But I'm going to go and delete the stream, and I'll restart it again in a few minutes. So before I do that, settings, stream. And this won't let me now manage the YouTube description, so I've now lost the description. Oh, I don't believe it. I'm just going to carry on. The perils of live streaming when when Windows doesn't behave itself, basically. Let's just try this once more and set this to go out of the headset. It's set to go out of the headset, it's just not doing it. That is absolutely bizarre. I've never seen that happen. Right, let's get this sorted out anyway. Apologies for the disruption to your programming. Just sorting a few things out here before we get going. We are on the ground at Heathrow, by the way. You probably read that in the notes. What are we doing? YouTube Studio. Content. Okay, so it's a bit of a test today to see if we can get all the way down to Antalya in Turkey without the 737 stuttering. It appears to be about the 5-hour mark, so I'm going to deliberately not run any other software after we've programmed the flight plan. I'll shut little navmap down and we'll see what goes on. Okay, let me just get my checklist for the 737 and we will work through it. Okay, this gets stranger. Oh yeah, I can still hear things. Batteries to on. Don't need lights. IRS. This is stuttering already, isn't it? Or is it just me being ultra sensitive to it now? There we go. And then go and do the ground power. So back down to the, and we're getting the warning. That's fine. PMDG FS actions, ground services, request ground power. Because we're discharging the battery basically, so it's warning us that we've got no power to the aircraft. Waiting for this to connect, and it's connected, so then we can come up, we can switch over to ground power and the warnings will go away. We can immediately go and get the APU switched on. Now we put the position lights on steady already, that's fine. Emergency lights to armed. window heats it on. We'll be getting good at this eventually, won't we? And get the FMC ready. So menu, FMC, position initialization, next page, pick up the GPS, previous page, drop it in. EGLL we are flying from today. Route is from EGLL to LTAI for LTAI for Antalya. AI. Okay, flight number, we don't really need one. EGLL, we're going to take off on runway 27 left, 27L. Using live weather today. So Matthew Bamber has appeared. The depth they have done is unbelievable. It's pretty much the same as the Zebo mod was in X-Plane. It's pretty good. Ariel has said, how much does this add-on cost? I think it's about $70, so £50, something like that. Flight, we've done that. There we go to departure, and we say we're taking 27 left, and we're doing the May 2G standard instrument departure. May 2G, there we go. There are no transitions for that. Then we get a route, activate, execute, go back into here. We'll put the arrival in already. So 36 right, following the Tomb 1A approach route. So next page, ILS 36 right, and we'll follow the Tomb. There's lots of approach routes into here. Tomb 1A, that's the correct one, yep. No transitions involved. Execute. Go back to route. That's done. Performance initialization. So put in, we are going to need lots of fuel. So, we can't do it from here, can we? Because watch what happens. If we go and try and fill it in from here, I think this will go back. Yes, you have to do it via the aircraft. So we go back to the menu page. Back to FS Actions, goes to fuel, and we'll set the aircraft to be full of fuel, which is fine. And then we'll go back to the init prefs, 0 fuel weight, and the cruise altitude we're going to be flying. Now we're going east. East is odd on the numbers, on the flight levels. So there's a rhyme, east is odd and west is even odder. So what it means is east is odd and west is even, yeah? So cruise altitude, we're going to fly at 37,000 feet. So this is just a proof. You can type the feet in and it will change it back to a flight level for you. We'll put in that we want £1,000 of fuel left over. Cost index, we'll go for 20. And it's put in a max altitude. Okay, so we'll go to 350 if it's not happy with that. Execute, N1 limit. Again, we're just making up a flight plan. We're not doing anything specifically clever. 5-degree flap. Put in the V-speeds. CG can be calculated 6.71. So we go back to the cockpit view and we look down here and we spin this round to 6.71. I haven't seen the Fenix news yet. I don't know if I'm going to be buying it because the it's not going to be massively different from the fly-by-wire, to be honest. And I've got the Tollis in it. I always preferred the 737 over the Fenix, but the only reason to do it for me would be to go and to make money off of a YouTube video if I went and did a cold and dark startup video for it. but yeah, but it will cancel itself out because enough people have got the fly-by-wire that it's not worth doing. So back on here, sorry, we've done that. So next thing we do, just looking at the route, make sure we've got everything in here. Next page. Yeah, we've got discontinuity at the moment. We'll sort that out in a moment. So we've got to put the rest of the route in. So we've got the end of the standard instrument departure there, and then we've got to start putting some waypoints in the middle, which is fine. So we've got quite a few of them, so we can track the route nice and easily. So BNE. And again, there's several here, so we want the Bologna one. And then next page. CMB for Cambrai. CMB. Again, there's two of them. We want the Cambrai. MMD for Montmedy. MMD. STR for Strasbourg. STR. Strasbourg's at the top. Zurich East, ZUE. ZUE. OZE for Bolzano. OZE for Bolzano. Next page. RCH for Roshi. What's it? Roshi de Legionari. RCH. Roshi de Legionari. Lozenge. NTL. Lozenge, there it is. Split, SPL. SPL. So we're going to overfly Split. There it is. Croatia. Dubrovnik, DBK. We're going to overfly Dubrovnik along the way. We're going to overfly lots of interesting places. Ohrid, OHR. Next page. Thessaloniki. I can't even say it. Thessaloniki. TSL. TSL. Thessaloniki. Skiros. SKS. Skiros is that. Samos. SAMOS. Samos is where Pythagoras had his school, isn't it? And Rhodos. So I think I've put a waypoint to basically to cut the corner around. Not in database. Did I put that in right? Oh, I typed the name in. Sam for Samos. That's interesting. That's put. Oh, let's go and correct that because that's going to be wrong. Samos is that. Should really concentrate on what I'm doing, shouldn't I? SKS Sam. Let's go and have a look down here. Samos. Rhodes is RDS. So let's just check that. SKS Sam RDS. SKS Sam RDS. So I've got some cleaning up to do here. RDS, then Exceller is the final one of the route. EXELA. And then next page, and that shouldn't have been there. So delete that. Pull Tomby up over the top of the discontinuity, so that's got rid of the discontinuity. Let's go back through the route, and that's looking good. So we execute that, and we've got our route. What next? The master control panel. So we can do control 1 to get to that. So we are going to take off at 200 knots. Or not take off at 200 knots, but we'll climb out at 200 knots. And then we'll accelerate to 250 on the way out. we're going to go straight for... Actually, should we do the SID properly today? 5,000 feet is our initial climb. And if we look carefully, we have to... There is no speed restriction, so we can go straight for 250 knots as soon as we have climbed off the runway. But vertical speed... Oh no, we can't do that yet, can we? So flight director's on. LNAV mode. Should we play with VNAV today? We haven't really played with it, have we? So we won't need vertical speed now. We will use speed mode along the way though, which will be good fun. I don't think we can switch that on before we've found the auto throttle. No, we can't. Okay, don't worry about that. Just thinking ahead. So let's just check where we are on the ground. So I'm at the wrong end of the airport. Oh, have I put the wrong... Which way's the wind? 11 knots. I've put the wrong... Oh, idiot. The wrong start. SID in. Show departure procedures. I should be taking off 9 right. Let's have a look. 9 right. We'll go and correct this in a moment. So that's a good one. May 2J insert instead. So let's go back down here and go to our departure arrivals. We are going to depart on May 2J instead. So we're going to 9 right and May 2J and execute. Takeoff speeds have been deleted, so we need to go and sort that out. So if we go back into here and go back for takeoff, because now we've changed runways, obviously it's a different length and the wind is different on the ground, which is fine. And that's done. Go and check the route again on the legs, make sure there's no discontinuity. Of course there is a discontinuity now. So let's just go and check where BNE comes in. That's over the channel from the end of our SID, so we can close up that discontinuity. Execute that. That's all done. Right, flight directors to on. Yeah, we've done that. We set all the overhead stuff. Okay, so we're getting ready now. Fuel dampers to on. Fuel pumps to on. Oh, here they are. Wait for the low pressure lights to go out. Cabin pressure to cruise altitude. So we're going to set this to 35,000. Anti-collision lights to on. And then start the engines, because we're on parking, we don't need to do a pushback. So before we start the engines this time, we'll do it a little bit more correctly. We'll come into the menu, come to PMDG, sorry, into FS Actions, Ground Services, and we will release the ground power. But we need the APU first, don't we? So back overhead. Did we start the APU earlier? Yes, it's already running. So back on the tablet then, we can release the ground power. Oh, I've just made a mistake. We hadn't transferred over, so we're going to be very quick about doing that. There we go. Nearly killed the aeroplane. That was an interesting one. We just discharged the battery at 100 miles an hour. So that's thrown me. Brum brum brum. So we're on APU now. Ground power can come. Oh, we've done it out of order, haven't we? So let's go and have a look. Ground power's disconnected. We can remove the chocks now. Clear that. Where are we? Start engines. So Packs are off, so we have good air pressure to start the engines. We've got the anti-collision lights on, warning people we're about to do that. So let's get going. So we roll engine number 2, switch ignition for engine number 2. And why are we not getting... Oh, APU bleed. I did this the other day, didn't I? I forgot about APU bleed. There we go. And N2 is climbing. This is what happens when you don't follow this checklist properly. So, start lever for engine number 2. So it climbs up past 25% and it's on its way. Here comes the exhaust gas temperature, and N1 is climbing. We Love Cricket says, "G'day, mate." G'day. So just waiting for engine number 2. The GRD, or sorry, the starter switch will switch back to off in a moment, as soon as the engine's up and running. There it goes. So we switch engine number 1 on, and there's ignition for number 1. So we can see the N2 number coming up for engine number 1. When it gets to 20, we throw the start lever for engine number 1. Okay, what's that sound? Okay, engines are started. So, oh, it's this plane out here. The AI is making an aeroplane do donuts right in front of us, which is great. Well done, Microsoft. Cross feed over to the engines because they are now running. APU can now go off. So, APU bleed can come off. Hydraulic pumps are coated on. Packs go to auto. That's the air conditioning system. Taxi lights are on. Oh, the bus has just skimmed the front of our... This game does amuse me at times. Let's just go and check that I've got the right control mappings on the levers. I probably haven't, because I was flying the CRJ last night. Not the CRJ, the BAE 146. So I want the Boeing PMDG 737 on the control mappings. Otherwise, none of the levers are going to do what we think they're going to do. There we go. Apply, go back, resume. So we now have levers that make sense, which is good. And come off the parking brake, which is not going to work properly anyway. Flaps to takeoff position. So we should get 5 degrees coming up on the flaps of travelling, which is good. So when we lost power, it reset the MCP, which was not wonderful. So we're going to go and reset this up. That was my own fault because I was an idiot. 200 knots for climb out. The flight directors are still on, which is good. We're taking off runway 9. So this needs to come back around to 90 just for a safeguard. Same with the course knobs, we'll set them to the runway direction just as a safeguard for the moment. We were going to use LNAV. Oh, that's interesting, look. Why is it not coming on now? Do I need to cycle the flight directors? LNAV? Have I broken the aircraft? VNAV's working. Why is LNAV not working? That would mean we've got a discontinuity. Let's go and look in the legs page. Next, 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 next. That's all looking good. Let's go and look at init prefs. That's all filled in. We haven't got the cruise wind, but that doesn't really matter. M1 limit is all selected. Takeoff is all filled in. Interesting. So what's missing? I wonder, did I lose alignment? Oh, your damper's not on, for one thing. How did I switch that on? Okay, let's do a full check of the switches, because something's not quite right. Pumps are on, hydraulic pumps are on. This is all fallout from me flicking that wrong switch earlier. Navs, that's all on, that's all good. It might have been just the oil damper that was causing it. Apparently not. Okay, we're not going to use LNAV for the moment. That's a bit of a bugger. Is it really not going to let us? I'll see what happens when we get in the air. See if it will allow us to... Because this is all good. I'm just trying to rack my brains to wonder why it won't let us engage it before we take off. Hang on a second. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, Alpha, I was just wondering about that myself. Okay, I'm just going to step away. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. First waypoint. Yeah, so we'll get going. Just going to double check everything again. So flaps have travelled to 5 degrees, which is good. Have a look. If I go for the out of the box pushback, let's see what happens. I know I'm cheating here, but I just want to save a bit of time because I've been faffing around on the ground for so long now. Yeah, parking brake isn't on anyway, so this should just push back. We just want to get us back over there a little bit, really, away from this lot. Yeah, I'll deal with the auto throttle when we take off. It can take long. It's really a test today to see how this thing behaves on a long flight, because I've done 2 5-hour plus flights, and it started stuttering at about the 5-hour mark. So I'm going to run it with no other software involved. I'm going to shut Little Navmap down in a moment. And we'll just let it fly and let it follow the route and see if it survives. So let's go and shut Little Navmap. Heathrow's being a bit stuttery today. It's not usually this. Although I guess got the load of the 737 running, hasn't it? Which is not helping it probably. Yeah, it's having a job of drawing all the aircraft. Let's put the frame rate right down. Over there in a moment, they're going to hit each other. So we'll just taxi straight off the runway. Should be entertaining to watch what these two do. They are going to go through each other, aren't they? Of course, one of them might be a real person. Oh no, we just actually stopped and let him go. Fun. And cut across, we can go and wait at the nearer boarding point. Oh my word, it's busy. I'm just going to ignore everybody and jump in front of them all. At least have a look at the approach route. There's nobody coming, so I'm going to go straight out and take off. Good point about the seatbelts. Time on auto, seatbelts to auto. But this is really just a functional test to see if the sim can handle a long flight. Is he going to come off the runway? Because otherwise we're going to get this queue of people jumping. Oh my word, someone's coming over us. Oh, there's somebody messing around. Okay, I'm not going to wait for them.
V1.
There we go. And it's all working. Hurrah. That should have been 5,000, mate. Yeah, this reset itself massively, didn't it? Or do we now have no thrust? Greenhouse still won't come on, so we're going to...
Airspeed full. Airspeed full.
That's because there is something seriously wrong. Yeah, it won't let me switch on vertical speed, which is really odd. It's just not reacting. I wonder what's going on. Because we had an issue during startup where I lost power and it cut and reset a lot of the panel. So this is as much as a finding out exercise as anything. That is interesting. So can we have VNAV? Is it going to let us? Yes, it is. That's really odd though. It wouldn't let me engage vertical speed. Although maybe that was because of the minimums on the... because it had already gone to higher climb rate off the runway. But it's also not showing... Okay, it's going for the... yeah, it's going for the target airspeed for the standard instrument departure, which is fine. This is interesting. I've not actually tried VNAV very much on this version of the 737, so it'll be interesting to see how well it follows it. So let's go to progress screen and have a look. So it's doing a pretty good job actually. So if we pull up legs on the screen, 220 knots, then 303 at BNE, flight level 279. So it's actually working now, thank God. We still got a warning there, that'll be from when it had the airspeed issue straight off takeoff. So, keeping it off. Flaps it up. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if that problem from the workup of the aircraft is going to have any more ramifications. I did a quick check round overhead and it all looked okay. It's interesting. Yeah, so anybody that wasn't following at the start, I forgot, while I was busy chattering away on the live stream, I forgot to cross-feed over to the APU before I disabled ground power. So we were on batteries only for about 2 or 3 seconds. And it wiped out the master control panel. It'd be interesting actually to do that sort of thing on purpose and to find out what should get reset when you do intentional failures in that kind of way. You know, to see what should lose power in what order. everything's looking okay now though, which is good. So yeah, today is really just a finding out mission really, to see if this is going to start stuttering. We've already had one issue, that basically Windows has eaten its lunch and it won't send the sound to a headset. It's coming out of the speakers regardless of any settings in Windows, which is probably a reboot to fix. I've never seen it happen before. Bizarrely, the Windows sounds are coming out of the headphones. Only the simulator is stuck coming out of the speakers. It will not change. I spent like the first 5 minutes of the live stream messing around with it and just gave up in the end and let it come out of the speakers. So Mohan Joker says hello, hello. Marcelo has been giving tips of things I hadn't done during the startup. I guess, yeah, because we had that power issue, I completely got thrown. Interesting. I am the world's worst at multitasking. I will freely admit that. Around the waypoints before we get too far into the journey. So, the legs page, step, step, step. Let's go and zoom out a bit so we can see more of these in relation to each other. Okay. Step, 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 step. Step, 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 step. Antalya has an interesting approach, which we're about. Oh, look, there's an issue there. Or maybe it isn't. Let's see if there's a rendering issue or if it's a secondary runway, maybe. So if we do a step, then step, 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 step. Yeah, so it's just a secondary, so if you do a emergency. Okay, so it looks fine. What airline am I using? I'm just using the stock PMDG. I'm more interested today to see what happens at the 5 hour mark, if we get to that far. I did a flight yesterday, and oh no, was it yesterday or the day before? I can't remember now. But I've had stuttering issues in 2 long flights in a row with the 737, where it got to a certain point through the flight and just started killing itself really badly. So there's obviously something in the data structures behind this aeroplane that gets filled up and starts to play up late in the flight. So this is the same sort of range. So I just want to see what happens. I don't think it's an exact science, there's no point worrying about the clock. I think we're just going to see if it's smooth when we go into the approach at Antalya later. This boring on VNav, isn't it? There's nothing to do. And plus the 737 calculates the middle parts of the route for you. It really is the most ridiculous thing. So there's the whole climb profile itself and the descent profile, and you might as well just go and sit in with the passengers and have a chat. I normally don't use VNav for this very reason. I'll go and manage the climb myself. Oh yeah. So we should start accelerating and climbing. Or sorry, climbing first, then get through 10,000. It'd be interesting actually to see if the VNav, how it follows the rules. So we should go through 10,000 feet and then accelerate. Let's see what it does. Okay, so here comes the climb. You would think. Well, maybe we're not through the waypoint just yet. Ali is saying location. We've just taken off from Heathrow, so we're flying out over the channel towards France, and then we'll carry on down towards Antalya in Turkey. You can see it's a kind of a interesting weather day in the southeast of the UK. See if we can pull up Little Nav Map. I'm not see, I don't know if Little Nav Map is involved in the stutters. I don't think it is, so we'll leave it on. So we'll get rid of all this stuff. Let's go to Window, Open Window Layout, go for a minimal window layout, and so you can see the route. We'll make this smaller. Put it up here, out of the way. There's our route for the day. So this hasn't started climbing yet, has it? What is going on? We've left the final part of the waypoint. What is it doing? I'm going to disregard VNav and fly this myself because this is just ridiculous. It was programmed, look. BNE, flight level 249, so 25,000 feet. And they're doing nothing about it. It's just hovering along at 5,000 feet. So we're going to go for a level change. We'll climb straight out to 35. The weather radar doesn't work in the PMDG 737 yet. The flight simulator doesn't give that data out to the aircraft in the way that the 737 should display it, so they don't do it. The pixelated clouds don't exist anymore. You can see out the window here, they're pretty much perfect. There's been massive work on the clouds for months now. They are very, very, very good. Yeah. Rain falling over there. Be up into the cloud at the moment, then we won't see anything for a while. Oh, yeah, I was just reading an article on iTunes Post about it saying that people picking holes in Flight Sim. We don't go to STD until we go through the transition level. Does anybody know on the live chat what the transition altitude is for this part of the world? Because I haven't got ATC obviously, and I haven't got a chart in front of me. So we can obviously accelerate now. We've gone through 10,000 feet, so the speed limit no longer applies. Let's go speed up to 320. Yeah, oh, you think it's 6,000? Okay. So yeah, we switch over to standard barometric pressure then. 2992. I know in the US it's 18,000 across the whole country, but yeah, the rest of Europe it varies all over the place. Some places even down as low as 3,000. Yeah, it's not consistent, Chris. It's not the same everywhere. You also get the issue with switching to Mach number. I think the official line just says under 28,000, but the sim seems to do it around in a window between 25 and 28 on the automatic system. On the 737 it will switch over to Mach number on its own. But yeah, it's another one to go and have a read up on, isn't it, about why the 737 chooses, or what is the parameters it chooses to switch to Mach number. I'm trying to organise I vaguely know a real 737 pilot, and on our Discord server over at Virtual Flight Online, I'm going to try and organise and see if he'll come and do a Q&A session with everybody. So have a select group to come in and ask questions and kind of not grill him, but say, can you answer this? Why is this or why is that? It would be really useful. Because I spoke to him quite a lot when the Zebo mod came out. He watched one of my old videos and corrected a few of the procedural things. But the really good thing he did was told me why. Why some things are done in a particular order. And most of the reason wasn't technical. It was a safety issue. And it was like, if you do that, or if you communicate that incorrectly to the co-pilot, so a lot of it was down to language as well. So if you communicate anything incorrectly, then you could kill people. And that was the answer to pretty much every procedural thing, was you do it that way, because otherwise this could happen, and has happened in the past, and people could die. But technically there was nothing wrong with the procedure. It was a safety issue about doing one thing before another. It was really interesting. Yeah, mechanically, functionally, the aeroplanes are quite straightforward to operate. A lot of the procedural stuff is either for regulations or for safety. I did an ILS video with the the AE146 the other night, just to show people that have never done it how the ILS works. And one of the things I kind of mentioned is one of the real factors you have to think about with these big planes. Well, actually, I didn't talk about it too much with the 146 because it's smaller. But the bigger the plane, the heavier it is, and not only is it travelling fast, you can't change the direction it's going in a hurry either. So the whole, giving yourself time and planning ahead becomes even more important. So you see people, messing around in the big jets, and okay, it's fun to do it, but doing like a Spitfire approach or something into an airfield. Let's just get rid of this, by the way. Taskbar behaviours, automatically hide. That won't be at the bottom of the screen, which will be useful. Okay, so this will be interesting today, just to see, if we leave this on the progress page, just to see how it behaves en route. And whether it remains smooth when we get to the destination. Right, I'm going to go make a coffee, and I'm going to cut my microphone, but I will be on the live chat on the text. I will be back online in time for arrival at Antalya, properly on the microphone again. Right, I'm back. I was going to read through some of the comments. I was just making a coffee, by the way. Just reading through some of the comments on the live stream. Open the rear seat. Oh, you just want me to play with some of the toys in the aeroplane, yeah. So it has the, I forgot what they call it. The jumper seat. There you go. Which then stops, of course, the pilots getting in and out, which is really useful. How do we collapse it again? I have to click on a particular place, and I haven't got the tooltip switched on. There you go. I'll put it back away. That's the jump seat. So how are we doing? Let's quick power rate. What was the beep? The beep you would have heard at 34,100 feet. There would have been a klaxon to tell us we were within 900 feet of our target altitude for the climb. We're going from London Heathrow to, it says in the description of the video, to Antalya in Turkey. We're flying over quite a lot of Europe along the way. So flying across the top of France at the moment. Fairly soon we will cross over. We'll cross across the corner of German airspace, then across Switzerland, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia, Montenegro, and then Albania. I'm not sure yeah, we do just cross over the corner of North Macedonia. And Greece, over the Aegean, and then skirt around the edge of Turkey into Antalya. It's going to be a fun one. So Chiagozi says, sup. Well, I've got a cup of coffee and I'm sipping it. Does that count? Marcelo says also rear light. I don't need lights on, it's light time, it's daytime outside. I've not got the tail light on, don't need that. You only use those on the ground. I've got the strobes on, I've got the anti-collision lights on. But we're done. It's just in cruise now. Bizarrely, VNAV didn't climb us after getting to the end of the SID. So I gave up on VNAV and just put it into a flight level change to get us to our cruise altitude. It was very, very odd. But to be honest, I actually prefer manually controlling ascent and descent. To look something up for work tomorrow, so I'll do it on a second screen. So somebody's saying, are you able to pop out the displays FMC or PFD into a window to look at them closer like you can on the other aircraft? No, you can't. The PMDG 737 doesn't let you do that. So in the other aircraft, if you're not aware of this, you can hold the right Alt key on the keyboard and click on the displays, like the glass displays, and they will pop out in windows of their own, which you can drag to other screens, for example, which lots of people do. So the cockpit builders will do that. Somebody spammed a load of my videos the other day basically complaining about the 737, about that very feature, or lack of feature, saying this is rubbish, this is terrible, let's go and set fire to PMDG, let's burn their office to the ground, this is a rubbish aeroplane. And they just filled my comments and I had to go and delete a load of them. So probably some 12-year-old that was triggered in some way. But no, the PMDG 737 at the moment doesn't support doing that because it's got custom screens. You know, they've handwritten them to work properly, unlike the ones from the stock libraries in Flight Simulator. I do need to look up the what features YouTube has to stop spammers, because it's incredibly frustrating. You've seen it on anyone that's seen any of these live streams before. Now and again you get robots posting pornographic adverts into the live stream chat, and by the same token you sometimes get spam comments on videos and you have to go and get rid of them, obviously. So it becomes really time consuming actually. YouTube does seem to have much better filters on comments than it does on the live chat messages. What are we doing? Just having a check of some stuff on the line. So YouTube. Have a look at the outside view, or is I going to tempt fate with killing the simulator? well modelled, isn't it? The shine and the wobbling of the wings, it's very good. You can change livery in flight by using the developer tools, and I'm not going to do it. You can basically load a different aircraft in. You can hot load it while you're flying, and I'm not going to do it today. But yeah, there's many liveries that come with the aircraft, but usually you would choose the livery on the way in. The reason for doing that is it's more than just the livery. The liveries for the 737 have all got different configurations of the aircraft, so there are a multitude of options in the 737. If we go and have a look at a little bit of this, so if we go and look down at the flight management computer down here, we go to the menu page and the FS actions, is it, or is it PMDG setup? Yes, in the PMDG setup. If you go into aircraft, there's equipment, displays and failures. If you go to equipment, for example, there's 15 pages of options to configure the hardware of the aircraft. So the 737-700 wasn't one aeroplane. So any of these big airliners, everything in this cockpit was an option from the factory, and there's lots of options we're not seeing here. So it's like just a really good example. If I look up the quarter lights at the top, where you would use for astronavigation, they've been blocked off on this model. We can switch those, so we have glass there. There's a head-up display that fits into here that would fold down in front of the pilot. Again, we haven't got it fitted on this model, but it's an option. So the liveries are tied specifically, they are exact models of aircraft that have been replicated, and amongst all of these features that are available to switch on and off. And this is only some of it. There's several pages of this, or several sections with these sort of things in them. HGS installed, for example. Yaw damp gauge, whether there's a gauge there for it or not. Auto probe heat, flight test package, the brake package. So there's all of these kind of factory options that can be switched on and off. So that you've got things like the yoke checklist for the first officer, which has got this panel, whether it's even there or not. So there's all sorts of things, but there's lots of hardware around the cockpit, and that's just one of these panels. If we go back into here and go to PMDG again, go to aircraft and displays, we've got all kinds of stuff in here as well about the configuration of the displays. There's 9 pages of this. So yeah, the liveries are set up very, very specifically to accurately reflect the real aircraft that the liveries represent. With the simulator you get maybe, I think is it about 20 different liveries? Also with the package, when you buy the 737-700 you get about 20 liveries, I think. And they are, they're recreations of real aircraft. So all the switches, knobs, panels, everything, even the ends of the switches, you can switch them out. There's different, there were different packages sold over time where the switches are slightly different shapes and things like that, and it's replicated. Yeah, it's very good. Does the plane come with documentation? Yes, it does. So when you install it from the PMDG installer, it puts most of it in the community folder. So you've got your flight simulator community folder there, and you can look in, where is it? So PMDG 737, and you've got the documentation folder, and you get some documents to get you started. They don't give you the Boeing 737 manual, which you can download off the internet anyway, so that's as good, to be honest. So they give you introduction manuals, but you can go and get the Boeing manual, and it will all apply because it is close enough to do that. Which was the same story, to be honest, with the Zebo mod in X-Plane years ago. It was accurate enough that you could just use the Boeing operations handbook operator's handbook and you'd be fine. And to be honest, the operator handbook gives better descriptions than obviously PMDG ever could. It's a bit dry reading because it's an engineering handbook, but it's good. I'm just trying to think of anything else that's worth knowing about. Where a lot of aircraft have like tablets and things like that, this doesn't yet. So there will be, you can see the socket where you might put the holder for the tablet is already here. So that will be appearing in the future. They just haven't finished building it yet. So there will be a tablet which will give you your charts from Navigraph and things like that. But for the moment, all of the configuration is in the FMC. So when you come in here, you not only do you get the basic options, you get states that you can load in. It's worth pointing out. So there are 3 pages of pre-configured states. You can make your own as well. So you can see you've got cold and dark here, cruise, final, hangar, run, taxi. One of them's runway, I think. Where was it? Runway. So you can load the aircraft up and preset it. So if you're just learning, instead of being stuck on the ground for hours trying to figure out how the airplane works, you can set it straight for runway out of the box, and the cockpit will configure itself for that. What else can you do? So that's this panel state save and load. And you can have a default state, a startup state. So I always say cold and dark, and then obviously because it's good fun, I think, starting an airplane up and configuring it. In the options, you get simulation options, performance options. So let's have a look at those. Service-based failures. So I've not really played with failures yet. So that would be really interesting to have things go wrong in the aircraft and have to do fault finding, which would really be an education in what is wired to what. There's 7 pages of these options though, so there's tons and tons of it. Realistic autopilot engagement, show thrust lever positions. There's all sorts of stuff. Call outs. Hide first officer seat. So you can make that disappear. Hide the captain's yoke. So this is like the defaults for when you load in. Didn't know you could hide the first officer's seat. Is there a click area on it somewhere? Can you wind it back or something? That's just his armrest. I wouldn't be surprised if you can push it sideways. Anyway. So you can see it's tremendously configurable. So you really are buying not just an aeroplane, you're buying a whole fleet of aeroplanes effectively. You can configure endlessly, have all sorts of fun. So in FS Actions you get the setting your fuel and the payload, for example, controlling the doors, controlling pushback. Obviously that makes no sense, you can't click on it at the moment. But on the ground it gets its own pushback tug that works nicely. Auto cruise, pause at top of descent, auto time compression. So if you're doing a long flight, this is quite interesting. Look, you can compress time. So while you're in cruise, you can make it automatically speed the sim up. But today I'm obviously doing this long flight for a long duration on purpose to see if it holds up for that amount of time. Ground services obviously you can't use at the moment, but that does all the connecting ground power, things like that. For ground maintenance, that lets you summon all of the lorries and things to the aircraft. So for the water, for the fuel, or not for the fuel, but the sandwich van, all the rest of it. Yeah, I think it's very, very good. I would say it's probably a little bit ahead of the Zebo mod in X-Plane already. The flight model seems to be very, very good. It's obviously running an external flight model, it's not running the same one that's inside the simulator. You notice straight away that these screens are custom drawn, they're not using the normal ones from Asobo, the normal rendering from Asobo for the glass screens, because it's exactly the same as when you see film of real 737s. This is absolutely dead on. It'd be interesting actually, although this risks breaking the flight, to see if we can switch on the head-up display and make it as an option of the aircraft and load it in while we're flying. So let's have a quick look at equipment. So this is the switchgear, the MCP type, on the on the master control panel for the autopilot. There are two options: Honeywell switches or Collins switches. So that whole panel across here can be unscrewed, lifted out, and the alternative one, I mean, it's broadly the same, but it just looks different, made by a different manufacturer. Glide slope capture before localizer. This is a realism thing, really. Should you allow the glide slope to be captured before the localizer, and you should deny it. Auto land, fail pass. Engines double derate, yes or no. Company cost index, so I went for 20, but you can see there you go. Alternate min runway length, alternate ILS requirement, next. V1 call out, bank angle call outs, approach minimums call outs, minimums calls, 2,500 feet call, whether you have a 2,500 feet call or 1,500 and so on. So you know what, basically the things that the co-pilots are going to shout as you descend. Airspeed low on, terrain peaks mode, show what, so the terrain radar works, by the way. Obviously we're too high for it to really show us anything at the moment. Show water in cyan, yes or no. So that'd be interesting actually. So that would, where are we at the moment? Let's have a look on the map. Yeah, we're over land, so it's going to make no difference to us. But obviously you would get the outlines, I guess, on the display. Next, ETOPS, yes or no. Dual battery package, yes or no. ETOPS cargo fire system, yes or no. Default acceleration altitude, default reduction altitude, cutback altitude. It's interesting, isn't it? The amount of configuration that you can have in an aircraft. Maximum fixed pages, underspeed margin. Standby instruments, so you can configure what instruments are available. HGS installed. So let's have a look and see what the HGS is. So we're going to go and search for Boeing 737-700 HGS. So I'm learning at the same time as you here what some of these acronyms mean. Head-up guidance system, it's the head-up display. So should we change that to yes? So if we go and look overhead now, probably magically, yes, it's there. We've now got a head-up display. So we have installed it instantaneously into the aircraft. So let's have a look at that. So if we go to menu, and zoom out here, and we go F. I'm just controlling two screens at once here, so I'm getting confused. So to enable the head-up display, we just click the little fastener next to it, and that comes up. And there you go. And we've got our lovely head-up display now, showing us lots and lots of information. So you've got the airspeed ribbon, you've got the altitude ribbon, target altitude. It's very good, isn't it? It shows you the autopilot modes across the top. You've got the rows there for the. It's showing VOR actually on it. I'm guessing we can switch between that somehow. Even though we're on map mode over here, there'll be a switch somewhere to do that. But it's really good that it's showing it. That's interesting actually. So if we change this between nodes, I wonder how we switch this. I'll have to read up on that. Unless it's... oh, it's overhead, isn't it? That's the brightness. Yeah, so some of it works. It's collimated, by the way, so if we go sideways in the cockpit, you can see that's how it should be. So it appears that things are projected way out in front of the aircraft. Obviously, if we sit up, we lose it. But can I fly a real plane? Yes, I can. As it happens, I've not got a pilot's license, but I used to live next door to somebody who was learning, and he needed to get his hours up for part of his certification. So we went out flying several times, and a couple of those times I took control. And he obviously messed around on the simulators with me in the past, so he knew I could fly on a simulator. And he said it was really interesting, actually. It was a really good validation that I flew very, very accurately to the instruments. But yeah, it was a validation that a real airplane behaves exactly the same as the simulator. We were flying a Cessna. It was interesting though, because after he kind of watched me for a couple of minutes just to make sure that I wasn't going to do anything ridiculous, he got on with doing some instrument stuff that he wanted to practice with navigation, while I just, maintained a heading and an altitude and a speed. But where I fell down, which kind of he commented about, which was an obvious thing, I was focused too much on one particular part of the workload, which was obviously navigating very accurately to what I'd been told. I was not doing the full scan that you should have been doing about, looking outside and all the rest of it. This appears to be polarized, because look at the way the rendering is working. It's not doing HDR on the head-up display. I think it's simulating a polarized piece of glass. As we get closer to that, you can see how that works. It's very good. So the projector is up there. So that's the other bit. That's what actually projects the head-up display onto the glass for you. I just wish I could remember. I've seen this the other evening when I was looking at it with somebody else, and I've forgotten where the control is to control the mode in the head-up display. Does anybody know on the live chat? It's going to be a bit of a mystery, isn't it? There's probably a key binding you can use to do it. Anyway, I mean, the head-up display is very good for finals and things like that. One of the things the head-up display does do, if you are in very low visibility conditions, say you're approaching the airfield, quite apart from obviously showing you the glide slope and the localizer, it will illustrate a rectangle. Copies the way the space shuttle works. It shows you a rectangle of the outline of the runway, so you can orient yourself by that as well. You want to see the Alps as we're flying over them. So Flight Sim's running in Ultra, so I've not got it maxed out completely though. I've not increased the draw distance. I could. The graphics card's well capable of doing it. Can't see the point of completely melting the PC though for a tiny bit of scenery fidelity. The detail of the ground's ridiculous, isn't it? Funny, isn't it? You can still see, obviously we're at altitude, so that's probably 5 miles away from us, but it doesn't load the vectors in at the highest quality until you're almost on top of things, but it really kind of shows it up at high altitude. You can see the shapes changing. But yeah, I like this valley there. If you zoom in, it's pretty cool. You can see every little building, every road. I'm running in 4K here, so I'm probably seeing it a lot higher quality than you are, because it gets downgraded to 1080p for the stream, which I do on purpose. Pull up the map so there we are. So we've just gone over south of St Gallen. So if we go and look behind us over there, we should see, yeah, there's St Gallen over there. So that'd be Friedrich over there, wouldn't it? Is that correct? Yeah. Should we leave it on the outside view for a bit? And pull up the map so you can see where we are. Italy, so it's crossing across to the bottom corner of Switzerland, I guess. That's interesting actually. If we go and switch on the head-up display, do we see what's being projected out of here? No. They haven't quite gone that far. There's nothing much to see on a head-up display until you're nearly at landing, so you might as well put it away. Let's zoom this in, let's see where we are. Yeah, we're just coming over the corner of Switzerland. To Slovenia. Right, I have some things to do here, so I'm going to put it on mute for a while, but I will keep an eye on the live chat. check back in with you and see how the aircraft is doing. Everything looks smooth. So looking around in the cockpit, let's go and check the flight plan, see if we've got any warnings about anything. Doesn't look like it. We're on our way to VOR DBK. We are anticipating arrival at 2:30 UTC, which is 3:30 British summer time, so a couple of hours. And we're going to have lots of fuel left. But again, this is taking out to about the 5-hour mark on the aircraft, just to see how we get on. So we have live weather on. We're flying at the moment. Have a look at a little map. Let's just spread this out a bit bigger. Flying over the corner of Greece, or not quite yet, sorry, no, we're flying down the coast over Montenegro, then North Macedonia, Albania, and over the top of Greece, and then out over the Aegean towards Turkey. Quite a way to go yet. Okay, so if we have a look, armed. Okay, what's going on with that? Was that another control issue? Yes, it was. It was armed, but wasn't extended. Interesting. Well, I've had a nightmare with the Airbus controller with this thing. It seems to have a mind of its own some days about, you know, where it's going to put the levers. And again, sometimes the USB reboots. I need to probably get a new USB hub. Just having a quick check round to make sure there's no warning lights anywhere or anything untoward looking like it's going on. No, it's all looking absolutely fine. And here comes the spanners. Remove. 5 views on the channel. Report. Unwanted connectors. Span. Okay. Why do the spanners do it? It's absolutely insane. Bounce off light over the top of an airfield. Let's go to the drone view because we can move it around a little bit more easily and get a nicer view of the surroundings. Oops. Smaller. Okay. Maybe move this view around a little bit. Yeah, so apparently the Fenix Airbus is coming out, so I've just been reading up on it fairly soon, and it's going to be, what did they say, was it €50 or £50? Don't have a look. Like simulation. £50, so probably about €65 maybe. It's going to be interesting. So yeah, that will probably be curtains for the fly-by-wire project, if the Fenix Airbus is good. Daughter is a huge, well, she used to play football for the same team. She's a huge ladies football fan, and the FA Cup final is on this afternoon, so I'm just looking up the details for her on another screen. Today is more a test of the stability of the flight simulator than anything. We had some problems on the startup, that was my fault entirely. Not entirely my fault actually. The sound, I usually would route the sound through a headset, so it's quiet in the room while I'm doing a long haul flight. That hasn't been possible today because for some reason Windows is not routing the headset through, or the sound from the simulator through the headset, no matter what options I choose. I think a reboot will be required. Windows has eaten its lunch at some point overnight and refusing to play ball properly. I've never seen it do that before. Windows 11 has been absolutely rock solid since I first installed it. It's probably been one of the best releases of Windows I've ever seen. FMC because I saw some tips from somebody a few days ago about drawing things completely. I'm going to do some research first. 737. back in the cockpit. So let's turn on the waypoints. Probably need to bring the range down for it to draw them. There they are. So we've got in-lot is showing up. So if we go and go fix in-lot, and we bung that in there and we say a beam, there we go. Oh my word. So what it's doing, it's figuring out the location next to in-lot that we need to pass through, and that's called a beam of the fix. So then we can select this and we can put that in here. Oh no, we can't, sorry. Interesting. So now that's in there, we should, okay then, so we go to the legs page. So before we get to OHR, we will go and put that one in. And it's put a beam marker on our route. There we go. And then we can close up the gap and we can execute it. So we've actually put a mark in our flight plan that is a beam or alongside the waypoint. That is so cool. I like that. Obviously it's going to disappear off the flight plan very, very quickly. But that means you don't have to weave around. You can do a straight line route with a beam waypoints along the way. Oh my word. That's cool. You can do radius rings as well. So I think in the 737, so say if we zoom out to see some more of our route, so say at SKS we actually wanted to know when we're within, say, I mean at the moment we're showing 300 miles, so say we wanted to know when we're within 100 miles of SKS, I think we do it by going fix at SKS, so we can delete this one, so delete in-lot. We'll put in SKS, and if we put in radius / distance, so, or radial, sorry, and distance, so if we put in 0, and then I think we can just put in slash, we don't have to put 0, so if we put in 100 miles and put that in there we go, we get a dotted line at 100 miles around SKS. That's clever, isn't it? Demonic has said hi in the live chat. Hi, Demonic. So yeah, I'm just playing around with the fixes to see how the various options work. A beam works. I can't believe that. It's very clever, and obviously the radius rings work as well. So we'll remove that one because we're not actually interested in doing this. So we'll delete the fix for the moment. But what might be really interesting for us to do would be to have a look at our flight plan on Little Nav Map and say, based on this, from AI7, or maybe from the start of the SID, from Tomby, it would be good if we had radius rings from there. So if we go Tomby, Tombi, and we put that in as our fix, and we put in /100, which is 100 nautical mile range rings around Tomby. So then if we zoom out on here, because we probably, there we go, you can see the dotted lines being rendered there. When we're, obviously all the labels are stacked on top of each other at the moment. But if we wanted to straighten this route out, we could do a beam on these various VORs, which would be really cool. So we could straight line it. So if we put in next page, so we're going to go for TSL and we'll try and straight line it out. TSL, put the fix in here, and we want to say a beam, and you can see it's doing it, it's figuring it out. Oh, it's not going to let us, that's a shame. It's because it's probably already on the flight plan. So we'll delete that. Yeah, we'd have to remove it from the flight plan, I think, to get it to work it out. Yeah, another mystery is solved about the fixes. That's really, really useful. Let's just go and turn our course around to match the kind of direction we're going. 120 degrees, just so it matches up. Same with the heading, in case we need to use it at some point. Runway is asked in the live chat, would it be possible to create a route in SimBrief and export it to Little Navmap? SimBrief seems to create more authentic routes, but Little Navmap gives a far better map experience. Yeah, you can. So in SimBrief you can save it out to a PLN file, for example, and then you can import that into Little Navmap. So Little Navmap can import all sorts of formats. So if you open it out and go to the file menu, if you say where is it? Open flight plan. It understands more than just Little Navmap. Also, look, you've got Little Navmap, PLN, FLP, FMS, FPL, and so on and so forth. So the PLN is probably the one to go for because Flight Sim understands PLN files as well. Obviously, I'm always a bit caught with these things. I like programming the FMC by hand. Unless you're using kind of an ATSU type of deal with like the A320 where they can upload from the ground. It's yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, so SimBrief can export to PLN. Should we show that for anybody that's watching? Should we do a bit, while we're en route, we could do a little bit of a session about, although I'll be opening a browser. This is going to be a great way to kill the simulator, isn't it? Oh well, we'll find out. So if we go to SimBrief, I'm logged in as me. It's free to join SimBrief, by the way. And if we go to the dispatch system, we'll put in this flight we're doing today. So this was from EGLL down to LTAI. So we'll do a new flight. Actually, I don't think I've got a 737 on my list. Airframe. Have we got a 73? We'll use the 800, it won't matter. So EGLL. Oh, sorry, this is the airline. So we'll pretend we're British Airways. Flight number 123. So EGLL to LTAI, wasn't it? And we can say depart whenever. And then if we come down, we've got the departure runway, which was 9. We're going to come in on, we're not coming in on 36 right today, I think, or are we? Oh yes, we are. 36 right. So you can obviously manipulate these. So the route this is looking at doing is slightly different than we've chosen. The other thing is I've only got a free account at SimBrief, so I'm stuck on AirAC for March 21. Is it true, oh, I'm just reading the live chat again. Is it true that moving maps, including Little Navmap, impair the sim frame rate, especially when the map is used on a separate monitor? I don't think so. Little Navmap is using SimConnect, and if you're an insane person that is worrying about it being 62 frames versus 60 frames a second, then yeah, by all means believe all of the hoodoo and conspiracy theories you want to about frame rate. I frame limit this to 30 frames a second, which stops the PC from melting itself. It could run an awful lot faster, but 30 frames a second is plenty smooth enough to have a good experience in the sim. And I'm running in 4K as well, so it's downgraded to 1080p for the YouTube stream. Let me just get rid of the spammers. Hide user report unwanted spam. There we go again. Okay. So yeah, I've not experienced Little Nav Map being a big impact on frame rate at all. Usually it's the aircraft itself if you've got a draw on the frame rate, and the ones that have got an external flight model that's badly programmed, like the fly-by-wire for example, is a massive hit on frame rate, the fly-by-wire A320. I forgot what we were doing. Oh yes, we were going to look at SimBrief. So we've generated a flight plan. Obviously we could use our own flight plan. We don't have to use the one from SimBrief. So if we wanted to see this exact one that I've just done, we can go to the flight plan menu in this nav map after making our flight plan here, and we could copy it from there. But by the same token, we could copy it from here, and we could put that back into Little Nav Map. We're not going to, but we'll do it the other way around for the moment. We'll put what we had in Little Nav Map in here. So we just take the runways off the end. Let's analyse the route, and it's still a valid route because it's such a simple one. I'm just using the VORs. So once you've got your details of your flight in, you say generate flight plan. You say yes, and that makes you your operational flight plan. It's just like the package of paperwork that a pilot would normally take onto the aircraft with them. So you can see there's our route down to Turkey, and we can see here there's this is the pack of paperwork basically with all the weather, altitude and all the rest of it. So yes, you can download in many formats, and you will find on this format list there is a PLN for Flight Sim. So if we put in, if you look down here for Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is probably going to be, you can even got the PMDG is here itself. I'll put a PMDG flight plan, an RTE file. If you read the documentation for the PMDG aircraft, it will tell you where to put that, and I imagine then you can load it as a company route. What am I looking for? Flight Simulator FS 2020, that's what it's listed as. So if you download that, you get a PLN file, which you can import into Little Nav Map easily. So if we were to download that, I get that in my downloads, and then I can obviously load it directly into Little Nav Map. Okay, so this is SimBrief. It creates you a professional looking operational flight plan, which has lots and lots of stuff to read to keep you busy on the route. So warnings and guidance for certain aircraft types and all the rest of it. Any NOTAMs, notices to airmen. There's pages of it, and you get all the maps with the weather. The winds aloft. It's very, very good. Some of the more advanced aircraft, and this will be coming to the 737. Some of the aircraft have a tablet where you can pull up the operational flight plan from SimBrief, and that is coming for the 737. It's just not here yet. Okay, so you can see our route is slowly getting closer. Yes, I was just looking at the live chat. The beauty of SimBrief is that it calcs all the fuels and the weight stuff. So yes, the Naked HD guy that I keep reporting and removing from the channel it's a robot that keeps making new accounts. So it's slightly different accounts several times a day, and it's spamming the whole of YouTube. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. It's a shame. So it reappears every couple of hours, or sometimes more often than that, with a different address, a different account, same name, posting the same old spam. So it's a robot. So all you have to do is just keep on top of it and remove them as they appear, which is a shame, really. So that the Abeam stuff is very clever. I don't know if you were online a few minutes ago when I was experimenting with this. If we zoom back in to, I think it's 40 miles, at 40 miles it will show you the waypoints. So we're approaching Bekva, okay? This is very cool. So if I go next page and type in Bekva on my fixes page, what I can do is put that in as a fix, and then I can do an Abeam, and what it's figured out for me is where to put a point on my plan that is next to that waypoint. So if I copy that into the scratch pad, if I were then to go into the legs page, I could insert it, and it's making a reference to a waypoint to a point on the line I'm flying. So I can straight line it past the waypoints instead of going via them. That's cool, isn't it? I'll erase that so I don't actually do it. I'll go back to fixes and remove it. But how cool is that? Chris Perkins saying, Jonathan, what checklist do you use? I wrote the checklist. I've shortcutted everything to do with the real flight plan just to do the functional basics to get the aircraft up and running quickly. And half the trouble is, if I'm doing a live stream, I'll be busy talking and not really looking at my own checklist, and I make mistakes like I did this morning. So yeah, the checklist I use is available from virtualflight.online. If you go and wander in there, there's another video I've done actually that's on my channel, which is the cold and dark startup of the 737, and it's linked in that video. If I go and find it now, I can bung it into the live chat actually. So if I go to virtualflight.online and I go to the forum, and then I go to the aircraft discussion board and the PMDG 737-700, and there's a link. Actually, if I link to the topic, and then you can just scroll through it yourself. So there's links in that forum discussion about the cold and dark startup, and the checklist I wrote up is linked on the same post. So yeah, go and join the forum. We're building a community of flight sim enthusiasts, basically, and we're trying not to allow too many idiots in. So if any of you have wandered into the Microsoft Discord server, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I usually last about 5 minutes if I do wander in there, and I just have to leave because of the absolute, well, it's every objectionable kind of person you could imagine gets in there. And yes, a lot of them are very young and just don't know any better, possibly. But yeah, I don't usually last long if I visit the Microsoft Discord server. So Virtual Flight Online, let's do a bit of an advert for it, if you haven't seen it. Open the browser, Virtual Flight Online, there we go. So this is the site I started a couple of years ago, or is it that long? It's probably 18 months ago. There's a forum, a Discord server, a Facebook group, and I wrote the transmitter program. I don't know if you've seen it. Transmitter allows you to plot your positions for group flights so you can see where you are on the map, and more importantly so you can see everybody on the group flight in little nav map. Anyway, aside from that, we have a forum and we run regular group flight events. There's one happening tonight, so if you look on the calendar you can see Sunday, May the 15th is the Tasmanian Radio Navigation Challenge, and there's all the details of the flight and what server to be on in Flight Simulator. For voice comms, there's the Discord server link, the invite link to get into the Discord server, is suggesting is the route. We don't have a downloadable flight plan. We've given up on that because, again, it stops the idiots joining the flight. So only people who are really interested in flying are going to bother with the radio navigation, for example. So we're not doing this all the time this way. Sometimes we are going to have a normal route, with just touch and goes, exploring some part of the world. But Sunday nights tends to be general aviation. Wednesday nights tends to be the big jets. So you can see if we go look on the calendar again, and we look on this coming Wednesday, we're flying from Vantaa to Ivalo in Finland in the big jets. And again, no flight plan. We give you the departure and the destination, and everybody arrives kind of 20 minutes or half an hour beforehand and program your plane up to do the route, and we kind of all agree on runways and have a long chat along the way, and swap knowledge about the sim of what we learnt that week. And it's a really, really good, fun community way of doing things. We've got, was it 15 new people overnight? That'll be people after the 737 instructions, I imagine. So yeah, so I've done full workups of like the functional startup procedure for the 737, for the 146 and the MD-82 recently. Yeah, so it's pretty straightforward stuff. Well, there's lots of other topics in the forums, so obviously introductions, so you can tell people a bit about your flight sim background. There's a support where you can go and ask questions and pull on everybody else's knowledge. The events are obviously listed out. Invitations, if you're going flying, you can say, is anybody around? Do you want to go for a fly? Flight plans, so if you want to share a flight plan. Logbook, if you want to write some notes about a flight you've done. Obviously there's the aircraft section we just saw, where we've got notes on each of the airplanes. Scenery, add-ons, hardware, and then a directory of stuff elsewhere, so other groups that fly together, other websites, content creators. So you've got the likes of, you're going to know a lot of these names, so some of the famous YouTubers are all in there. Podcasts, books, and there you go. So that's Virtual Flight Online. It's a forum. We're trying to build it out at the moment, and obviously you can see it's not tremendously popular yet, but it is getting better. There's the Discord server, which we use for voice comms on the group flights, and Facebook. Some people like Facebook, so they're over there. Some people like forums, so they're over there, and you can't please everybody. So we used to have all the forum kind of discussions in Discord, but Discord's terrible for moderation features. So if somebody posts something in the wrong place, there's nothing you can do to tidy that up. So that's why we kind of dropped Discord for most of the discussion stuff. Otherwise, yeah, Virtual Flight Online. Go and check it out. And check out Transmitter. It's very useful for group flights. I'm not actually running it today, but you can scroll down. You can see who's flying at the moment, and you can click on anybody's name and find out where they are. So if I click on, say, this guy here, it will center him up on the map, tell us his details, and we can zoom in to his aeroplane as well. I mean, obviously we can zoom in and out anyway. You can see who else he's flying with. So there you go. That's Virtual Flight Online. Yeah, we're trying desperately just to make it half sensible people, and not time wasters that are just going to join to swear and post porn and rubbish and crack dirty jokes mid-flight. We've had to ban a few people and warn people about that. We try to keep it as family friendly as possible, just so it remains accessible to all. But yeah, I think there's almost 1,000 members on the Discord server now, but we generally get maybe 30, 40 people sometimes on the GA group flights, and maybe 20 at the moment on the IFR, the big jet group flights. But yeah, we're trying to build a community. It's going pretty well so far. Okay, let's turn these waypoints back off, and then we finish playing with that. And let's go and zoom this back out so we can see the route ahead. So we are getting closer. So about 360 miles, maybe 400 miles. Well, it will tell us, won't it, if we look on the correct page on here. Go to the menu page and FMC and progress. We've got 590, a bit further than I thought. 595 miles to go. Yeah, I ought to post the virtual flight up into the chat. I'll write a comment and stick it onto the live stream chat. So if you would like to join a community of flight simulation enthusiasts, visit https://virtualflight.online, where you would find a forum. Oh, here we go. The spamming robot is back, and it's been hidden from the channel already and reported to Google already. And done. And when you find a forum, Discord server, Facebook group, and more. Actually, I won't say that. We are hosting a group GA flight on Discord this evening. Check the calendar in the forum. If I pin that to the top of the channel. Yeah, ProBoards lets you have many forums, so the forum is at ProBoards because it was free, and I've modified it to make it fit in with the rest of the branding for Virtual Flight Online. But you can join multiple forums through ProBoards on the same account. So yeah, if you had joined somebody else, if somebody else had used a forum from ProBoards, then you'll already have an account, so you just need to add the forum on. Should be fine. Okay, so let's go and get the aeroplane sorted back out while we're doing this. Shall we have a look outside? So we're about to head off across the AGM. I thought we were. So we've got Greece over to our right. Over here. So let's put this on the drone view again. Let's pan the camera over this side. And get a nice view. Of Greece in the background. And then make this smaller and put it over here maybe. Until we cross over to the coast of Turkey, and then I'll pan the camera the other way. So yeah, the GA flight, Virtual Flight Online tonight, is just going to be a low, slow speed, following VORs to cross Tasmania. So it's interesting landscape, obviously beautiful landscape along the way. And yeah, conversation with several of the pilots that usually join are real world pilots. So, you know, you can ask them questions and they'll answer to their best abilities, and it's a great way of gaining knowledge and sharing knowledge as well about the simulator or real world flight. So yeah, Virtual Flight Online is very good. I started it 18 months ago or so, purely as a way of finding people to fly with. So I was fed up of just sitting in the airplane in the simulator on my own. I also regularly fly when I can with a group on the internet called My Air Virtual. They meet on Tuesday and Thursday nights, and they run kind of a relaxed version of air traffic control. Where, you know, a couple of people are nominated on the Discord server to be ATC, and they have channels for the sectors, essentially, and, you know, for ground and tower. And it's basically two people that alternate. So as the group flies the route, they leapfrog each other, being the next sector or the next, you know, approach or tower. It works very well. And again, it's less strict than VATSIM, so nobody's going to have a problem with anybody asking a question, apart from if it's maybe, you know, during finals or something. They tend to be a little bit more strict about that, but it's a great way of learning radio protocol, because they're not going to jump down your throat like VATSIM might. They will point out gently where you may have said something a little incorrectly, or you haven't followed procedure as instructed. And, you know, you won't get reprimanded as such. There might be some laughter amongst the group if you mess up colossally, as I have in the past. But yeah, the virtual flight online events are purely for, you know, relaxed conversation along the way. We do enforce push to talk though on the events, because we have had situations where we have heard things happening in the room where the pilot was that we shouldn't have been hearing. So we enforce push to talk now. It's really a safeguarding measure. I can't believe the Fenix is only going to be 50 quid. It's going to be cheaper than the 737. Well, I guess we'll wait and see the reviews, because nobody's actually flown it yet as far as I'm aware. But to say that, have they let any of the big YouTubers have a copy of it? Fenix A320. Is there anything about it? Not really. We'll not let anybody else know. Or has the 320 Sim pilot been given a copy to play with? He may have done. No. So Fenix have been keeping the 320 very close to their chest. So I'll wait and see. I'm not going to get too excited. Wrongway's asking, do we fly light aircraft or just the commercial stuff? We fly both. So on the Sunday night, it's the GA stuff. On the Wednesday night, we do the big jets. Have I done a video on touch and goes yet? In which aircraft? What, in the 737? I don't think I have. Although actually, I'm just trying to think. I did an ILS tutorial. And I think I did a touch and go, because I did a manual approach and then came back round and did a fully automated approach. So I think on that one, yeah, I touched down, gunned the throttles and went back round again. But there's not much to touch and goes, is there? It's just put the aeroplane down with and not hit the brakes, just go for it again on the throttles. Yeah, so I think I did an ILS explanation with the 737 last week, maybe. And Yeah, that's got a touch and go in it, but there's not really much to learn there. It's just do a landing and then don't stop. Well, something you would have to remember, obviously, is as you roll down the runway, accelerating again to lift the flaps, because you're not going to take off with landing flaps. You need to get them back up to 5 degrees. But you can, you can take off pretty much straight away and just raise the flaps as you go, but just be careful not to accelerate too hard. I'm wondering if I'm wondering if the landing today will be any more smooth than the takeoff was, because leaving Heathrow this morning was a bit of a disaster. First of all, I had the sound issue, and then I went off the off the checklist and managed to reset the master control panel when I lost power. I think we've all probably done stupid things in the past. Just not at the controls of a £100 million jet. So we can see the coast of Greece over in the distance. Zoom in on the map. You can see exactly where we are. And we've got so far to go now. En route to Antalya. Again, today is all about stress testing this 737, because I've seen it go stuttery after a number of hours several times now. So I'm going to be fascinated to see how long it lasts. I'm not sure this live stream will last long enough. Yeah, we'll see, won't we? If you want to know just about doing touch and goes and stuff in GA planes, the group events we do, typically we do get 2 or 3 real world pilots that fly GA that are on the channel, so you'll be able to ask them and they'll confirm whatever the current accepted rules are for doing that sort of thing, for the circuit and all the rest of it. I think it varies enormously, to be honest. Different airfields have different parameters for their circuits as well. Obviously you can get the flight chart of the airfield, which will have the circuit diagram on it. Or the plate, I should say, for the airfield. I'm getting comments on other videos. Right, just commenting on the flying comment. Let's move this camera around a little bit. It's we're starting to leave the coastal grease behind. We'll go inside for a bit. Okay. Let's zoom in on our flight plan. Nothing much to see at the moment, so we'll just monitor the progress page over here, the legs page over there. So we're in between SKS and SAM at the moment. 123 nautical miles to go, 457 to go until we get to Antalya in Turkey. And we have another spanner to deal with. Or the same robot, I should say, that's made another new account and is back again. Hide the user from the channel and report them to Google. Done. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm just going to go and mute the microphone. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, we're getting closer, slowly. So, just looking at the progress screen, 400 miles to run. We've got the range rings drawn on for one of the turning points into the star, so we've got plenty of warning about slowing down, decelerating, descending. It would be nice to get a bit lower altitude for the approach anyway. We've got quite an interesting standard approach route this evening. Kind of one of these racetrack ones. I do like these, they're good fun. So we get to 3,000 feet for here. I'm just looking around, 220 knots and the restrictions. We've got 11,000 feet up here. So we'll be at 250 knots when we get to there anyway. 13,000 feet. Well, yeah, it wants us at 250 from Tomby onwards, so that's straightforward then. Or 250 or below. So flying nice and slowly over the bay. Point of interest for anybody that's watching, the part of the coast of Turkey that we are flying into. So this is Antalya that we're coming into, Antalya Airport. If you go a little bit further around the coast, you find, oh no, where is it? Here we go, Demre. We did a GA flight here with Virtual Flight Online that I organised at Christmas last year. The Christmas flight, and this should be the clue as to why. St Nicholas Kilisesi. This, underneath this church, is buried the remains of Saint Nicholas. So you can go and read about him on Wikipedia, but he is the Saint Nicholas. So he's buried there at Demre on the south coast of Turkey. He was known as Nicholas of Bari as well, but he moved to Demre and was a preacher there until he died, and was, yeah, he's interred underneath the church in Demre. So we did a Christmas flight there last year with Virtual Flight Online with GA aeroplanes flying along the coast. It's really picturesque at sunset along here. Yeah, it's quite a nice way to do the flight. So we flew from Antalya, circled over Demre, and then flew on further around the coast into Fethiye, and then finally landed at Dalaman. It was a good fun flight. I think we visited, did a touch and go at Castellorizzo as well. Yeah, quite often some of our GA flights are educational in some way. So quite apart from, you know, exploring different parts of the world, we're quite deliberate as well on the GA flights with Virtual Flight Online about going completely different places in the world. I see far too many groups where they have a stomping ground of places they know, and it gets incredibly boring. So I'm always kind of the one for picking somewhere completely, you know, no one's ever been to that place. Because you never know what you're going to find, and it could be beautiful or it could be boring, or, you know, you never know. You usually go for mountainous places because obviously that gives you nice scenery. Okay, so we're just approaching Samos. I'm sure that's where Pythagoras, where his school was. I'm sure, yeah, it's marked on the map, isn't it? Is it in a hillside? I seem to remember. Was it Samos? I'm struggling to remember myself now. Mykonos, Paros, Nexos. I'm sure it was Samos. I'm sure if there's any mathematicians on the feed, you might be able to confirm that for me. I'm just looking on the map. Pythagoras Cave, there it is, yeah. So it is on Samos. So his school was in a cave where he taught people on the hillside. You can actually still visit it. It's not very spectacular. It's, you know, very basic. Okay, let's go back in the aircraft and see how we're doing. So I love the way that Microsoft Flight Simulator puts the wind patterns and the currents onto the water. It's very clever. There's some texture there. So we're approaching Samos. So Pythagoras School's up on this side then, on the hill. If we turn the camera around, we can probably see where we're talking about. Port down there. I know what the port is called. Let me zoom in on Samos. Almost Parathocampo. Now, Parathocampo. Parathocampo. So yeah, on this side of the hill is where the school was. Very remote. Ridiculous scenery, isn't it? We're getting closer to our destination slowly. Change that camera view to the drone camera. External. Showcase. Free camera. There we go. Jump on the drone. Close the window. And zoom this across. Route. Aircraft is making the turn towards Rhodes, which we landed at with the MD-82 a few days ago. I'm most interested today to see how stable the simulator remains. We're edging towards the 5-hour mark slowly. By the time we land, we'll be just about there possibly. We might cut just under it. See if it remains smooth. about 10:30, 11, or 10:30 I think we took off eventually. range rings on the map so we get some idea here as well. So Combi we will have range rings. There is a 100-mile range ring that we have. We've also got a 200-mile range ring. So we're not very far away at all now, really. about this descent. So we need to be 13,000 feet. So if we measure that distance roughly, so we're looking at 60 something miles, 65 miles maybe, to get to 13,000 feet for AI 711. So this top of descent marker is probably fairly accurate actually. And we can use the air brakes to expedite descent if we need to. And then we've got the run around the racetrack here, so there's no hurry to descend because we've got all this time, flying only at 3,000 feet. So we've got from 11,000 foot here. So you've got about 30 miles or 25 miles to get to 3,000 feet from 11,000 feet, which is doable. Straightforward. So let's put this back to a normal window now we're getting in the neighbourhood. So if we open a window layout and go for the normal layout of views, we get to see now some more of this display. And scroll it along and we get to see the descent pathway, which is good. So this is little nav map, by the way. So I'm just going to correct this to make it the right sort of sizes on the display so we can see everything we need to. So this gives you all the speed and altitude restrictions along the way on the approach. So at the moment we're approaching RDS, which you can see is here. And then there's this massive list of waypoints, which is this racetrack, which is fine. And this has got the missed approach on it as well, obviously, which makes it look longer than it really is. Okay, and the next will fix the remote doesn't be quite that big. There we go, perfect. So if anybody hasn't seen this, this is Little Nav Map. It's a free piece of software you can plug into Flight Simulator for flight planning and tracking, and it's probably the best that I've found, commercial or non-commercial. It's free. The developer accepts donations, so in the help menu you can find the developer. Within the aircraft, we go back in the aircraft. I've got two keyboards in front of me and I keep muddling them up. So let's go and jump inside. Oops, not that way, this way. And there we go. So if we reduce the range on this. So this is showing top of descent a little bit earlier than Little Nav Map was. That's not unusual. So we come back to down to 160 mile range on the map display now. Just make sure the volumes are looking okay. So yes, I'm louder than the aeroplane, which always helps. Something one of my friends was telling me about earlier is there is an option in the aircraft to show your throttle positions on the engine gauges, which is really useful. So we're going to go and have a quick look at that before we get too close. So in the PMDG setup, I'm not sure if it was in options or aircraft. Is it in simulation? Next. show thrust lever position. There it is. So now we can see here where the thrust levers are. So I can pull them back and make sure that they agree with where the actual throttles are. So then if I pull them back, for example, I mean we're on auto throttle, so it makes no difference at the moment, but the idea is you can move your throttles to match where the thrust levers are. So when you come off of autopilot, you don't get the engine suddenly racing. With the outside view, you are very quiet. The engines are a lot louder. In that view. Yeah, so when you go outside, it is noisier. You pull up the sound meter. So this is the microphone at the bottom, and this is the desktop audio. So when we're inside, obviously it is quieter inside the aeroplane than standing outside the aeroplane. So we are making the turn towards Antalya. About 80 miles, and then we'll start descending and dropping speed along the way. Shouldn't be too long. I love the way that this draws things. I mean, it looks cluttered at the moment, but it will declutter when we zoom in. So there's the coast of Turkey. We'll be getting an awful lot closer very soon. Let's look at the map. So we're leaving Rhodes behind. And we go and join the standard approach route into Antalya. Hello all in from Texas. Hi Timbo Slice. Is that a reference on Kimbo Slice? Who was the big I am on YouTube, and then he entered the Ultimate Fighting Championship and got knocked all over the place. So yeah, we're just approaching Antalya. We're reaching near the end of our flight, which is quite cool. My friends gave me the gamer tag, yeah, so they obviously knew about Kimbo Slice. He was a YouTuber that did staged fights in car parks and stuff to get traffic, basically. But it was all. How do you put it? People betting they could beat him up, and they were staged so that, they would never let anybody that was any good fight him. And then they went and picked the wrong person eventually, and some ex-policeman that was overweight knocked the hell out of him in some basement. At top of descent, does the 737 start to descend automatically? If you have VNAV on and the flight systems pre-configured, then yes, it will descend and it will decelerate all on its own. So when you have VNAV on, it takes over from speed mode on the auto throttle. So if we go and have a look over at that. So you've got VNAV here. So as long as you've got everything programmed in on your legs page, so you've got the speeds and the altitudes, and it thinks it can do it, then VNAV can be switched on. And notice when I switched on VNAV, it switched off speed. Yeah. So that has ever so slightly changed the target speed when we did that anyway, so it's going to match whatever was on here, not what I had selected as speed mode. So once you've done that, it should start descending on its own when we get there, but I'm going to actually control it because it's more fun, it gives me something to do. So we'll turn VNAV back off, which means the speed has come back and speed mode has switched back on. It's gone from Mach point 77, think we were at 0.79 previously, and here comes another spammer into the blooming live chat. So hide the user from the channel and report them. So in the last 20 minutes they've spun up another fake account and returned again. And they last about 5 seconds each time because I just knock them out of the chat every time. Yeah, so we're not going to use VNAV to go in. We're going to control it and look at the flight chart and make the changes ourselves because it gives us something to do. Otherwise it's tremendously boring. And they're back again, yet another robot. Here we go again. Hide the user from the channel and report to Google. And that one's gone as well. So let's zoom in again on this. Oh, excuse me. We were up late last night. We watched the Eurovision Song Contest. It's very good. Hopefully it sends a signal to Russia. We've got speed brake armed again. What is causing that? Because oh, maybe, I hope this isn't the start of stuttering again. Look, if I move the lever away and back, so the speed brake came on. Ah, I wonder if VNAV did it. Yes, it would have extended the speed brake to get us back down to 0.77. It just opened the brakes like half a degree to manage the decrease in speed. Maybe, I'm guessing that's what happened. Oh no, it wouldn't move a lever though, would it? The levers can't be moved by the system. That's a problem with the Airbus quadrant then. So the Airbus quadrant just opened the speed brake without me looking at it. There are some issues with the Airbus quadrant, let's put it that way. So I really do need to go and unbind the axes for those levers because they don't work well at all. So yes, we watched the Eurovision last night, and obviously the Ukraine won the public vote enormously, which hopefully sends a signal to the Russian authorities that the people of the entire rest of Europe are behind their neighbours that they are trying to invade and destroy. And they are tanking their economy in the process. It serves them right, to be honest. Hopefully the people of Russia will exercise their democratic rights to get rid of the people that have caused the problems they now face. So I know quite a few people in Russia, and they're great people. They really don't deserve what's going on. I'm not going to get into politics. I just think it's a huge shame what's going on. Anyway. So we'll start thinking about descending very soon. So if we go and look at our map, we're coming in towards Antalya. We need to be down to 13,000 feet by the time we get to AI 711. So we will go and key or tune that in on the altitude. We're not actually going to do it yet though. So we'll leave it set to 13,000. That's not done, ready to go. we're making the turn. So we can use vertical speed for this, to be honest, and we'll just do it really gently. So we're looking for the green line to estimate our rate of descent and the vertical speed. Probably need to go a bit steeper than that, 1800 feet maybe. Interesting. Wait, is it not? No, here it comes. So it is quite a steep descent, even from here then. That should be enough. It's about here that we need to be at target altitude. So that will do it slightly before, which is perfect. At the moment we need some time to decelerate along the way as well. Unless we use the air brakes to make that happen. But it should be good. And we'll see if this happens smoothly and we get no stuttering. So 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. So we're half an hour away from that 5-hour point where it seems to eat its lunch, or start to. So we'll see how we get on with the 737. So we're going to be mid standard approach route when it starts stuttering, if it's going to do it. Or are we going to be fortunate today? Could probably go and delete some of these lines off of here. I'm not sure if this is a rendering error. It's very odd. Or if it's just the missed approach. Can we put the? Oh, if we remove the missed approach, we'll probably remove the star though. So I'll leave it in place. First, if it is a rendering issue, it's the first one I've seen. Or it could be an inconsistency in the star data, to be honest. There's a vector supposedly in here, isn't there, to get between the last sector. I wonder if it's that that's causing it. Let's go and have a look. On the legs page? Next page. There is a vector in here. I thought there was. Can we delete it? No, but we could pull this on top of it, couldn't we? So if we clear that. Yeah, that's fixed it. Look, it was a vector that was causing it. Didn't know what to do. So we just deleted the vector. And now we've tidied up the diagram. We can go and delete that fix now. We don't need it on the diagram anymore. Fixes. We had a 100-mile radius ring on Tomby. So we'll delete that. And then go back into progress. We're coming down into the star slowly. We're down to 25,000 feet now. We're aiming to get to 13,000. Did we need to be at 250 knots by Tomby? Yes, we did. So let's start doing that now. Okay, so that's 250 asked for, and the auto throttle is winding back. Obviously we're descending at a rate of knots, and it's only slowly scrubbing off the speed, so we're going to help it and chuck the air brakes out. So you can now see we've got a velocity vector has appeared on the indicated airspeed. Just scrubbing off the speed back to 250 knots by the time we make the turn, hopefully. Another way to do it, because we know we're coming down a bit sharper than we need to, we can reduce the rate of descent, which obviously levels the plane out and increases the rate of deceleration. Well, that's the plan anyway. That'd be fine. So we will reduce the range again down to 40 miles now. If we look on the legs page, we'll see the restrictions, which is really useful to us. And we'll put the progress page over there now instead. So we want to be flight level 250. Well, we're going below it, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, because these are coming down automatically, look. These were projected during the flight. The first restriction we see on the chart is to be 13,000 feet for Tomb 1A. So just keeping an eye on it. Should we have a look outside while we're waiting? There's some cloud out there. So we can come off the air brakes now. We are at the target airspeed. We're still descending. Probably wind this back to 1,000 now, and we'll still be in the right ballpark after having made the turns. We'll see. I actually like doing the manual control of the descent because you just get more to do. I mean, I'd happily leave LNAV on. I mean, I have done manual following of a star before when I've had a failure, when I've had failures on. This is quite nice. The 737, based on your airspeed and bank angle, simulates the curve of the turn onto the map view, so you get to see if you're going to keep the flight plan accurately. It's very good. So if you are flying manually, it gives you all sorts of assistance. So Navco, we're just going through, and then we're going to go down to AI 711 for 13,000 feet. So we just come down to 18,000, so we can change the barometric pressure back. We need to go and check the details for Antalya. Show information for Antalya, and the QNH is 1013. So we need to switch this over to European, so hectopascals and 1013, and it already is 1013, so that's fine. About to make the turn towards A1711 for 13,000 feet, and again we can wind this out even further. As I suspected, when we made the turn it scrubbed off some speed, or some vertical speed. Let's go up to 500 feet a minute and we should still be good to go, or maybe not. So we're basically, as we go through each waypoint, we're just winding down the speed and the altitude in line with the restrictions on the flight plan, which broadly follow the star. So there you go, you can see the route is starting to appear. While we're flying along this part of the route, I just need to go and see my daughter. I think Chelsea might have just scored in the Ladies FA Cup final. Oh dear, I have a very excited teenage girl in the other room watching her favourite football team, some of her heroes. They've just gone ahead 1-0 in the FA Cup final. Oh dear. I knew they'd scored, I heard it from here. How are we doing? We're 20 miles from A7. AI711, we're absolutely on target to get to 13,000 feet, so at the next one we need to be at 11,000 feet, still doing 250 knots. So based on this rate of descent we could just go straight on for 11,000 feet, couldn't we? And we'll be broadly on target. So carrying on this rate of descent, though it looks like it's going to be steeper by the time we get there. So we'll leave it for the moment. And we'll increase the rate of descent when we get there. Let's just have a quick look at the map to work out what's going on here. So we've got vectors obviously between the end of the star, and we removed those vectors, so the computer has tried to figure out the route in, and it's kind of made a bit of a hash of it, but it's fine. I'm just checking what sort of speeds we're seeing in the final few steps. So 220 knots at this corner. So between, or at some point between here, we need to also descend and remove some speed. We need to be down to 3,000 foot, so we've got from 11,000 foot to 3,000 foot in a kind of 25 mile strip. Okay, let's have a look outside. See the coast coming and the cloud, which is wonderful. We're going to tune the ILS in while we're doing the star. So ILS for 20, was it 30? Oh, sorry, 36 right. 108.1, 2 degrees. So 108.1 on nav 1. And make that active. 108.1 on nav 2. And make that active. And we need to change the course to 3 degrees. both courses. So the klaxon you heard there was we are within 900 feet of our target altitude. Just double check that. 3 degrees, or 2 degrees, sorry, not 3 degrees. Not that it'll make a lot of difference, but it's okay. ILS is ready to go. Instrument landing system. We're just waiting to get to the corner here. We'll zoom in again so we get closer and closer view of the map so we can make judgment calls more easily. Okay, we need to come to 11,000 now, so we'll start making that happen. And we don't need to decelerate until I7, because it wants AI717. So 714 is coming up at 240 knots. So we could slow down now, because it's going to take a while to slow down. So you'll see that the vector, the throttles are coming back, the vector will slowly deal with that for us. Let's turn the light back off, we don't need that. Yeah, so it's gently creeping down. We've got TCAS off, so we don't get annoying sounds in the cockpit. If we did want to see any other air traffic, we could should we turn it on just to see it? We'll turn it to TARA, and we will switch this to TFC, so we'll see any other aircraft nearby. I don't expect there's going to be many. If we can see them on the map, actually, I've got them turned off at the moment. So there's a few around, but not many. You should see one going across there. It's 7,000 feet, but it's not miles away from us. Okay, so coming down to the correct altitude, the correct speed. So next we're going for 220 knots and 5,900 feet. By the time we get to the next corner, basically. So let's start winding this in, 5,900. How are we doing outside? At least we can see some scenery now. Should have a look. And making the turn as part of the standard approach route. We need to get the speed down now to 220 knots is the next target. So that comes down to 220. Everything's going very smoothly so far. I'll see you later. The other half is just going out. Steep descent, so it's just giving us a warning about the route. So we need to go more steeply down. This is one of those times when we will need then some air brakes. Because we won't want to decelerate, we're actually accelerating. Look, just the throttles are moving to idle, but it's wanting to accelerate, so we're going to help it, give it lots of air brake. Could actually, I think you can get away with a small amount of flaps at this speed. Yeah, we can, just. So we're letting that happen. And that again is more drag, which will assist. Look outside. We're about to come down into this cloud, so we're going to have restricted visibility in a few minutes. There's some mountains over there. So should we go and switch on the terrain radar? So we'll see that sweeping across as well. Maximum information on the display for the next few minutes. I think they're too far away for them to show up on this screen. So we're within range of the destination altitude or target altitude. So the next one is A718, which is going to be 4,000 feet. Just using the air brake to help the aircraft attain the wanted airspeed. So we're looking for 220 knots again, down towards 4,000 feet. For 718. So if you look carefully here, the 718 is coming. We're coming down towards 4,000. Got 3,000 for 719. Which we could do from here. And again we can pull up on this, which means we can get rid of the air brakes. So this is shallow, becoming more shallow now. Okay, looking good. Let's look outside. Obviously there's not much to see at the moment. In fact, going to this cloud. We will switch ourselves over to the approach mode in a moment. So we're looking for 2,900 feet or thereabouts. For 7120, and then 2,790 feet for 21, which is here. So we can go straight for that here and reduce our rate of descent to 500 feet a minute. The air brakes have wound back in. So we're pretty much on track at the moment. Then the next one we really have to worry about is Aspar, which is round the corner entirely, which is above 2,500 feet. So we could just go for 2,600 feet, to be honest, around the corner. And just let it do it really slowly. And obviously we'll lose more speed as we make the turns. Better get the throttle quadrant and the joystick ready for me to use them. We'll reduce the range on this to even further so we can see this easily. Increase the range a bit on this. So as we come out of the turn, so we're coming down to 2,500 eventually. And you can see the glide slope is now appeared. So we will switch on approach mode and it will take over from LNAV when it has a locked glide slope and localizer. So if we go and switch this to approach mode now, and we can zoom in on the far side so we can see what's going on the map. So obviously we are below the glide slope at the moment at 2,600. We have a localizer now though, which is good. Sorry, a glide slope, not localizer. And once we get locked on, so it's just following the route, so we'll start slowing down to 165. Might get an overspeed warning if I get there before the flaps do. No, we were lucky.
2,500.
And it's looking good. So there's the runway directly in front of us. We can see the runway, which is always useful. And it's gone single channel on the approach. We'll turn on both autopilots. We'll turn on the auto brake. And we're going to now just decelerate. Oops. Down to 140. Going to go for 15 degrees of flaps now. Oh, we're just going a little bit too fast. It's interesting, why are we getting an alarm? Why, and why is it flickering? It's just, how strange. That was the stall klaxon. Very strange. Okay. Should we land this ourselves rather than let the airplane have all the fun? Shut this thing up.
1,000.
Traffic. Traffic.
It's doing the same again. How weird. I'm wondering if I've got failures switched on or something.
500.
Gear speed full. Gear speed full.
Oh, it's gear. I've forgotten. I haven't got the I've forgotten the gear switch is bust.
Too low. Gear. Too low. Gear.
Gear is coming down.
Too low. Gear.
I forgot the switch on my quadrant
low,
doesn't work
flaps.
properly with the gear.
Too low. Flaps. Too low. Flaps. Too low. Flaps. Too low. Flaps. 50.
There we go. It
30.
just shut off in time.
20.
Now, of course, we have the auto
Glide
throttles.
slow.
We saw this happen the other
Glide
day.
Glide slow.
This is caused
Glide
by
slow.
the quadrant.
Sink. Don't sink. 10.
Yeah. Oh my word! Did you see that the aircraft started accelerating with no throttle and no auto throttle? So the throttles were at idle and the auto throttle was off, and it started accelerating. There is something wrong. I'm going to have to unbind all of the controls to do with the throttle and the flaps and everything on the Airbus quadrant. It really doesn't like it. That's 2 flights in a row it's done that. Absolutely bizarre. And yes, I went for the gear switch and it failed again and didn't do it. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I'm just going to have to unbind everything and just use the quadrant for the throttles, because nothing else is reliable. So the buzzing noise we heard was the undercarriage wasn't down because I'd thrown the lever and nothing happened. You can see it now, look. Nothing's happening to the switch in the cockpit. That's bizarre, isn't it? Anyway, we can wind the flaps in. I mean, we got down, but it was a rubbish landing. So I think the moral of the story is, if you've got the Airbus throttle quadrant in the 737, unbind everything except the throttles and just use the keyboard or the mouse controls inside the cockpit, because none of it is compatible. And it will ruin your flights, as it just almost did with this one. We almost had to do a go around. Luckily it was a long runway. You don't really want to be problem solving though to do with the control inputs with like 2 miles to go. Okay, there's an idiot doing 500 knots at 100 feet. To be honest, it's probably a fighter jet, but the I don't have the model there for it. It's injecting an A320 body onto it or something. But anyway, the main thrust of today's test was to see if this survived a long flight without turning into a stuttering mess, and it has. I'm actually stunned. I was tempted on approach just to put it into a hold and leave it there for an hour to see if it would cause havoc. Okay, I may go into a video this afternoon about the waypoints in on the fixes, because that's a really useful thing to know about. So we just park up somewhere along here. Where the stairs are. So yeah, I'm going to have to go into the control settings and unbind basically every switch on the Airbus quadrant for the 737 on the profile for it, because it causes mayhem. because you can't trust that anything's ever going to work. I mean, I've got the throttles working by hook or by crook, but the flaps kind of work, and the air brake usually works. But that still doesn't explain why the throttle raced. Whether that's a natural response to there being no gear down, where it tries not to get to the floor, maybe that's it. I'll have to have a read. Maybe that's it. Because we threw the switch for the gear and nothing happened. That was bizarre. Anyway, so yeah, I've just gone for the parking brake, and it's kind of flickering. Look, you can see the pedals going up and down, so that doesn't work either. So you have to resort to the lever in here, which obviously does work. So that needs to be unbound because it can't be trusted. Okay, moral of the story: don't trust anything on the Airbus throttle quadrant while flying the 737. And it would appear, from what we saw, if you don't have the undercarriage down because the lever hasn't worked, the aircraft will try to accelerate against whatever is showing inside the cockpit. It will try to avoid you getting to the ground without the gear down, which was kind of interesting. And that might explain, I'd have to go and review the video, what happened on the previous flight where it tried to accelerate. Anyway, that will do for today. I'm going to leave it there.